Hey there. Hey, Nui. It's stream 217. I hope to get tile animations done today, but we'll see. There's a bunch of work that I have to do. I was working on this yesterday. This is the tile set editor, and I've rearranged the actual tile part of it so that it's now a table. And I'm going to be adding stuff off to the right here for tile frames. So the idea, just like this blinking water, it's a test where I want to have tiles have multiple frames. If it's static, it only have one frame, of course, but if it has any kind of animation, it would have multiple frames. And there are two kinds of animation, just going from one frame to another, and the other kind of animation I want is a scroll effect. And the scroll effect's going to be harder. I'm not sure if I'm going to get that done today, but I'll at least hopefully get the normal animation stuff done. Not a whole lot of back-end changes required. Mostly it's front-end stuff, so it's stashing the animation information in the tile sets, so adding a new frames array for every tile object, and each frame has X and Y is really I should say UV, but in Phaser it's XY. The texture coordinates from which to grab the frame from the texture, so this if this right here is the texture for background images, then the XY coordinates are where what subset of that texture to draw on the screen. So yeah, that scroll flag I mentioned, if you want the scroll effect, and the duration for the frame. So for example, this test, it's 500 milliseconds per frame, and there's the two frames, the water tile and the grass tile alternating in that test there. So the other thing I realized yesterday I needed that I don't have is unique tile IDs added to tile objects, because right now we're using the index in the tiles array. The problem is if I want to obsolete a tile, like let's say I didn't like the bushes anymore, and if I enable this remove, it would remove tile 5, but then tile 6 would become tile 5, and then everything would just get all messed up. So if I get time today, I want to make this ID not index, but an actual unique identifier, and store the next tile ID in the tile set object itself, and then use it whenever I create a new one, increment it, and similar to what I do in for the players and the tickets systems. So front-end work is going to be adding the tile animation sequence. So right here, another table, so that if we select any one of these, it'll show the various frames to animate for that tile. And pretty similar to these other tables already, so I'm going to be copy pasting a lot of stuff. So let's get into it. I'm also using this new stream overlay that Chris Griffing, shout out to him. He's been developing it. It's called Stream Parrot, and I'm helping him test it. And he said he worked on it last night and fixed a bunch of the bugs that we discovered yesterday. So I'm noticing that this text alignment on the baseline is working now, and hopefully the text is wrapping too. Let me do a test. Testing the overlay with a long string to see how the wrapping looks. Ah, that's much better, don't you think? It was previously making this area here stand like tall enough so that this had to wrap twice here before it wrapped around here. So now it looks nice. Cool. Hey there, Life's Meaning. Okay, and have a good day at your work. I should be going for another 4 hours, so have a great day, and hope to see you back. So, we're going to be adding the table here now for the animation tiles. So let me pull in the basic structure for that. Yeah, see you in a bit. I think the way I wanted to do this is break up this into a flex container that's a row and put that existing one in it. So this is the tile set form. Right here is the div for the tiles. Actually, it's this bottom div here. And I suppose we'll have this bit here not participate in the flex row. So that means the flex row would start with this, where this form is here. So let's put a div here for that. Class name, tiles panel tile details. So we'll make that one a row div, a flex row container. Let me collapse this for a sec so I can take it and paste it here. And do that. Let me add some style to this. I have a details right. Is that what I want to reuse? I don't think I'm using this anymore. No, I'm not. So let's reuse that. Okay, this is going to be a does it need to participate in flex? I think it does, right? It has to be a one pixel. I think each of these should separately handle their overflows. I think I can do that with this. Let me see. This would be a row. And let's see if that works. No, it's not working. Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong thing, aren't I? No, I'm looking at the right thing. Okay. Tiles panel. So this is a div, or this is a flex column. This one. Oh, that shrinks. It doesn't. Oh. Thought at one point here I had it. Like maybe I just need to use the inspector here. Okay. Flex 1, 0, 1 pixel. Okay, I guess I do have to set the overflow on this? So that means the whole thing will scroll. I guess that's fine. Whoops. Overflow Y auto. See, this whole thing will scroll. Both tables. I guess that's okay. I might want to give more room for the bottom one. So to do that, I would, hold on, I need to make another class for that. Let's see. What class is that? That's just shrinking container, which is, okay, so that's 101. So let me make another class for this. Let me break this up. Instead of using shrinking container, let's just give it a real name. But let me grab the contents of shrinking container itself. Yeah, I'm sort of feel like I'm a novice with this CSS stuff. Tiles panel. This is a tile set, right? Is this tiles something I still use? So, let's see. That would be, let's give it, if that's 1. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I don't need to change it, because if it's this one I wanted to give more space to. If I make that just a 2, we'll keep them. Do I use tiles panel tiles, though? I do. For that div. Oh, that entire div. Wait a minute. Is that div needed anymore? I don't think I need that. Let me see if I can get rid of it. Just take this and collapse it one level. Removing unnecessary divs, right? Yeah. So they didn't need it. So that's sort of what I feel like this deserves more space than this, because this is just, you find the tile set you want. I might even have a filter bar like I have here. And once you find the tile set you added, most of your work is going to be down here. So you kind of want most of the real estate to be for that, I think. Because this is what you also pick if you want to draw. Like if I wanted to add some mountains, I have to click there, and then I can draw them up here. You know, put the grass back like that. So it's kind of nice to have more vertical space for that. All right. Do I need tile details, or can I just say tile? Tile set tiles. I'm just going to say tile. No, this details word is redundant, or what's the word? Too much detail. And I'm talking too fast again. I need to slow down. Must speak slowly. Okay, so let's add this table. I don't think I need it to be in a shrinking container, actually, because this itself is a shrinking container. So let me remove that class name from there. Make sure that that doesn't break anything. And shrink it. Yeah, so it's that shrinking container is just a generic class name to give it to have a scroll, vertical scroll. Okay, and this tile is a row, a flexible row. So if I add, actually might want a class on this so I can control how much. Actually, I do need that, don't I? So let's give it a class name again. Let's call this tiles panel. Actually, this isn't tile, is it? This should be tiles, and this one I'm not using anymore. Yep. That should be... Okay. That should be tiles. I'm not using this one anymore. Because this one is tile. And then it'll be another form next to it for the frames. On submit add frame. So that doesn't exist yet, so let me add that. On submit add. Let's copy this one for now. Actually, I guess we put it right next to it, right? On submit add frame. Just have a do nothing for now. Prevent the default. Do nothing. Okay, let's get some CSS for this. And the other one too. Because they both have to be to designate how much they want. So this will be flex 1 0 auto. And make this one also the same. I think that's a minimum of what we want, right? Yeah, I just copy pasted it. So it's gonna look like a duplicate. Let's change it. Select. I don't think it needs to be selectable. All right. What did I have put down for this? So it's... I don't think ID is strictly necessary, right? We want a preview XY. Okay, so preview X, Y. Oh, and preview. I think preview we can shorten that because we only need 32 pixels. So if I use another word other than preview that's shorter, what would it be? A short word for preview. This is where something like a thesaurus comes in handy. So how do you spell it? There it is. Thesaurus preview. Hint. Taste. More. I need a short word. Test. Example. Like EX maybe? Or maybe just tile instead of preview. Let's just do tile. See what that looks like. Okay, and then I wanted scroll, and this should be short because it's just a checkbox. And then because I want to conserve horizontal real estate here. Duration also needs to be short. How about time? All right, and then this is for adding a new one. You're gonna fill in X and Y, and there'll be a checkbox. Let's just copy this whole thing. So this will be for coordinate. Well, let's just say coordinate. Spell it out, right? This will be new frame X, set new frame X, and then this is going to be a new frame Y. So just take that and make it a Y. And then S, I need a checkbox. I used checkboxes in the dialog editor. So let me see what I did there. Checkbox. There it is. Exactly. So it's an input followed by... What is that? Why do I have that copied there? Is that just a bug? Hold on. What does that actually look like? Did I just not notice that? There's nothing there. That's weird. Huh. Am I looking at the right place? Yeah, okay. State rows. There's nothing there. I think that's a bug. I don't think that should be there. Let's remove it and see what happens. Yeah, it didn't break anything. Okay. I don't know why it was there. Anyway. There are two of them, one for the existing and one for the new. So let's do the new one. Grab the whole thing. Okay. Tile, X, Y, and then S, which is whether it scrolls. This would be new frame scroll. Don't know why it didn't do that in the other place. Have it on its own line. This is set new frame scroll. And then we have time, which it's another input box. Time input size, new frame time. And then actions is just add. So a bunch of constants that I need, right? So I need input sizes. These should be small though, so like maybe only 3 characters. And then, was it time? Maybe a little bit more. 4. And This new frame X, Y, scroll, and time need to be React states. So that's like this. New frame X. Default that to 0. Well, string of 0. Then Y, scroll, and time, right? Y, scroll, and time. We can make the time default to something more reasonable. Like, stick with milliseconds? So then it would be like 500. And this is a checkbox. How do I do this checkbox stuff? Oh, it's just a Boolean. Okay, so false. All right, let's see if I've missed anything. Unchecked field. I forgot that one. That's just a little helper that goes like with onChange field. Or a checkbox. Just to adapt the DOM to React. And let's see what I get. Okay, getting there. The rows aren't right. Yeah, of course, I haven't done that yet. So instead of tiles, we should say frames. We need to define what frames are. So similar to tiles, actually. Just copy paste the tiles and call it frames. If there's a selected tile set, we have to have both a selected tile set and a selected tile, actually. What is selected tile set to? What does it default to, actually? We grab that from... Right, from the... why do I do a -1 there? What if it's 0? Actually, let's see what the... It's from Redux. I need to look at the session reducer. Selected tile. Okay, so if it's 0, that means it will go back to... It'll go to negative. So maybe we test if it's positive, negative or not. Yeah, because it goes back to 0 if it's not selected, right? Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say both of these have to be true. We have to have a selected tile set and selected tile. Hey there, Clee Man. What's up? Working on tile animation. Working on this UI. So this table is just a dupe of that table. I'm changing it now. So this will be the table of tile frames. So for setting up an animation sequence for a tile. Yeah, I shortened the stream title. I thought it was... Someone mentioned it yesterday, like the whole list of languages or frameworks, and I'm like, yeah, I'd either have to add Lua to the list now and have it be like dominate the stream title, or just reduce it to something like if someone wants to see game development, that's essentially what I'm doing. I'm doing I'm really working on the engine, so to speak, right? I might as well just say game dev, and just people can come in, and if they want to know what languages I'm using, it's in my stream panels. I updated that last night, and I can also just answer it directly. Yeah. I could use more feedback on a more regular basis. I'm discovering that, like, no one really told me that the stream title was sort of filled with information that wasn't really necessary. And I wouldn't mind if people told me that. I'd be like, okay, should I just say game dev? And they would give me the thumbs up, and I'd say, cool, let's do that. Okay, so this has to be greater than or equal to 0. If so, we don't need to make an array. The array is going to be selected tile set tiles frames. Actually, this has to exist, so let's add that here. Selected tile set. And that has to be indexed, right? Selected tile. Selected tile frames. All of those things have to be truthy. Then we'll map the frame. And let's actually... I can use the index here, actually. It's not going to be an ID. It's really going to be an index. That's fine, right? No, wait a minute, it's not fine. Because I'm going to allow removing frames. So what should I do here? I guess I can add an ID. We can add an ID in the reducer. That's what we can do. Don't really look at titles that much. Just click on the left when someone's live. Happen to notice that now? Yeah. The characters towards the beginning are more noticeable. Plus, others like Adam, I see that they don't bother putting in a static thing in their title. They change it every day. And I think it helps if people are like looking for something new to look at, for the title to reflect what they're going to see. And so it didn't make much sense to have C++ in there if, like, today I'm not going to do hardly any C++. Chat looks better? Yeah, Chris worked on that last night a lot and got the alignment better, so shout out to Chris for that. He made that overlay, and he's working on the bugs as we find them. It's called Stream Parrot. All right. I don't care about selecting rows here, so we're going to remove that, and we're going to remove the on-click. So I guess that's short enough. I can collapse it now. And what are my rows again? Actually, I can just cheat and look over here. Tile. So that is this thing. And then X and Y. Right, so here we're going to actually use the X and Y coordinates. So it's going to be, instead of this calculation, it is what? It's negative X, isn't it? Negative frame.x. And then I have to have a background position Y of negative frame Y. And then width and height is constant. And then, yeah, so this is coordinate input size. The value is frame X, and this should be change frame ID X value. What's this Omniarena thing? Tell you more. Well, I have a command just for you. That's the goal, right? Is to have a command at the ready for any kind of question. And then just not bother putting stuff, Oh, I see. You're saying I should put the name in the title, and then people would be curious about what it is. I thought about putting the name of the game in the brackets there. But then I'm like, well, people are going to be like, no, I don't know what that is. I'll pass. So I'll put game dev. People know what game dev is. But I want to keep some room in there for like saying what I'm doing. So that's why instead of putting like the name of the game in there, I'll leave it out. I'll just put tile animation in there. Should I get rid of the extra spaces? What if I squeeze in what if I say game dev tile animations -- Omniarena? I don't know. I'm not decided. I guess I can just try every other day to have a different format for the title. Right, exactly, Clayman. I could just try it and see if it works. How about we'll do that tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll just make that the title and see how many people come in and ask what is that thing what is Omniarena? I'll say thank you for asking. S is the checkbox, right? So let me steal the checkbox. This checkbox. Ooh, look at that. That's a indentation error. I just fixed that and goes. Drive-by bug fixing. So this one should be frame. Should we just keep it like S for scroll? I think so. So this should be on change. Because this will be a Boolean, right? So then I can just say S checked. You expecting to be on Renia point millionaire from that suggestion? Oh yeah, I forgot to give you some points. There you go. You got 35 points. A nice a nice multiple of 5 now. Maybe 5 will be the minimum amount that you can cash out. So now you can cash out 7 times, right? I don't know. I was looking for suggestions on my Discord last night about what kind of game content I should work on next, but I don't think anyone's read it yet. What's after S? Time. Okay. Because like it would be neat to start adding game content that would actually have people actually try to play it, and then if people are playing it, then I can actually use the point system. You know, whatever is drawing people to play it, then I can say, well, here, if you participate in the stream, you get points. That makes the experience enhances the experience somehow. Let's do T for time. This will be T. It might be too early though, right? I think to make the points actually valuable, there has to be enough in the game to where the points let you either do more or get access to something you normally wouldn't have. So I need to have a lot of stuff, right? So that's not going to be for a while. But I need to get started at some point. The ideas I had were to actually have the combat system so that instead of the lame thing right now where you step on NPCs with a sword to kill them, you actually have to fight them somehow, and they would fight you back, and then that would imply that both the NPCs and the characters have maybe not abilities, but at least like attributes, you know, hit points and consequences. So if you die, you go to some graveyard maybe, like in World of Warcraft, or you have to be resurrected by another player, or wait, or something like that. I had to put those systems in place. So that was like one of the things I was thinking about next on the list. And another alternative was to add more artwork for background and for mechanics like doors, stairs, torches, that kind of thing. Another thing I was thinking about doing was the obscurity system. So you shouldn't be able to see through these walls, right? It should be, you should maybe see a little bit of this path, and then this should all be black until you can see it. So I wanted to work on that at some point. I want to get some of that going soon. MMOs are always about small mini games within the game framework. Yeah, exactly. So I need to start thinking about, you know, what are the mini games and when can I put them in? Yeah, quests. A whole nother thing, right? The whole quest system. Experience points and leveling up and skill points and that kind of thing, right? So once I feel I have enough of the mechanical stuff ready, like the scripting, the dialogue system, once I have enough of this, I can actually start using them, employing them to make those game systems. When I get to that. Update. There's a lot of things that you can update. So what if... Oh, that's the other thing. You could change them. So I can't be getting them straight from here. I have to have like... Let's spell these out actually. So new time. And then this would be new scroll. This we don't have to spell out. We can just say new, whoops. New Y and then new X. And this should be using the new one so we can see the effects as we change them. Yeah, and then this, we disable the update and reset button if everything is the same. So there's going to be a lot of fields. I guess I can just spell them out. So it would be frame.newX. X is new X. And hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing today? How is Mini Rally Monkey doing? And this is scroll, new scroll, time, new time. Yeah, I did fix it. Well, we'd have to see like one of the stream overlay, a stream elements overlays, but I did move it to the left. So if someone follows, it should show up not overlapping this guy. If unless you're talking about the overlap of the text, I didn't do that. Chris did. Mini Rally Monkey is going through phases right now involving a lot of loud screaming. Maybe you should let Mini Rally Monkey scream. And then they'll teach a Mini Rally Monkey that they can't always expect something when they scream. Did I get these backwards? No? Is it just X, Y scroll in time? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. X, Y, yeah, scroll in, okay, that's it then. And so, this I might put into a function because it looks evil. So this should be, update tile, right? With the frame information? Hold on. How did I do that before? Hey there, said who? How are you doing? Mrs. Rally Monkey feels sorry for Mini Rally Monkey and ruins it by giving in. Yeah, but you can't do that though. You'll end up with a spoiled Mini Rally Monkey. You gotta let him cry a little bit. Teach them that they can't always get what they want. Okay. That balance, right? Hold on, why am I typing this? I have a quick key. You guys should check out Said Who's stream once in a while. Working on OpenGL stuff, sometimes some C libraries. What's up? We're working on tile animations, and I can't show you right now because it's not building, but this is the old tile editor where I can pick a tile and use it to paint. So these are all static. I'm working on making it so that I can have an animation sequence for every tile. So if you only have one frame in the sequence, it's static like it is now. But let's say if you had 2 frames, like it would alternate showing between those 2 frames. So we could have like these monsters like maybe swinging their weapons around. That's what I'm working on today. You're actually doing something similar while you're away from your computer in JS? Okay. I think I should start with simple gameplay where you need to kill waves of enemies. At the end there comes a boss. So yeah, I think the hard part of that would be arranging the arena in which that fight would be. Maybe it would be a special map that whenever you enter it, whenever any player enters it, there would just start spawning enemies, and the goal would be to get to the other end of it without dying, and there would be a boss at the end. The trouble, the hard thing I think would be, since it's an MMO, I'd either have to have it phased so that every player group that enters it gets a different copy, or it has to, the mechanics have to be where it resets like a certain amount of time after the boss dies. Maybe it respawns, and maybe players get teleported out or something. Yeah, instance maps. I think that's a simple solution, right? You just make a copy of everything virtually, so that any group that comes in gets a slightly different view of it. And then you avoid issues of like loot stealing or kill stealing and that kind of thing. They'll probably will do something like that. Are you trying to render using the... I guess is that WebGL or is that Canvas 2D? Instance maps. So yeah. So the idea would be that the background props that don't change would be common, but things like this NPC would have a phase marker attached to him. They're like, so he might be in phase 2, but this guy might be in phase 3. And so if you're in group 2, you would see him, but not him. But if you're in group 3, vice versa, right? And the game systems would basically say that entities can really only interact if they're in the same phase or if one of the two is not phased at all. And the stuff that you keep unphased would be background stuff you can't modify. Otherwise, it looks strange to one group to see another group, to see something change and you don't know what changed it, and it's because someone in another phase changed it. That would look weird. All right. Yeah, this was broken. Why? On change... Oh, I didn't do that change frame yet, did I? this is going to stage it. So do I really need an update then? I can just have it do a update tile, right? Where is that? How do I do the update stuff? The actions here. Not here. Up here. Update tile. Okay. I guess I'll just keep it simple. Why do I have a semicolon? And oh, because it's part of two things. Answering my own questions before I finish asking them. Yes, we can keep that the way it is. Sure. And this remove does make sense, right? Let me think about this. Let me get to that in a second. I want to fix these first. 298. TypeScript is great, by the way. If only JS was more like it. Yeah, I know. I'm resisting the call to use TypeScript. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't make this function, did I? Okay, let's do that. Change frame will be kind of like change tile. Does that mean I'll have a reset frame? I guess so, yeah. I don't have a remove one yet. We'll get to that. Change frame. Oh, we need to know the, no, it's a selected tile, right? So if this is the selected tile, then it is, frames, dot, tile frames, comma. Oh, wait a minute, no, it's the other way around. It's, I need to do a map. Tile frames map, frame ID. And here it's if the ID equals the ID to change. If so, then it is take the frame and then take the field and replace it with the given value. If it's not the frame we're editing, then we just keep it as is, so it's frame. Okay, that's change frame, and then reset frame. Right, so this is selected tile. Actually, I can just grab this, right? And then indent. Man, someone's working on something next door. It's really loud. This is tile. Okay. This should be frame. Frame. And then I guess we're resetting everything. So it's new x is frame dot x. New y is frame dot y. New scroll is frame dot scroll. New time is frame dot time. Resetting all of those things. All right. I have a key that shouldn't be there. So Setu, if you're doing Canvas 2D, is that WebGL or is that non-GL? Where was that key again? Says, here we go. All right, that should be ID. All right. Load, please. Why are you not loading? My server die? Interesting. Is it that weird problem with the self-signed certificate? It is. Every so often I gotta do that, and then this will work again. Because of that self-sign certificate. Cool, so there are no frames, so... But as soon as I add one, it should work. As long as I did I have to do the reducer correctly in order to save this information. Not WebGL, just software renderer. Yeah, okay. Oh, why does the water switch to not water? That's just a test of the... I have a hard-coded test in there. I guess I can remove it. It's a test of the my handmade animation system. So here's what it looks like. It's under middleware stage, and it was on phaser update. So it just remembers the last time it changed the frames, and then it's just hard coded every 500 milliseconds. If it's a new tick of 500 milliseconds, then for every sprite that it knows about, if it's this specific tile, which is the water tile, then it changes the sprite's texture, which really is just changing the texture coordinates. It uses the same texture. So we measured the performance. There's no change at all because it's not actually even changing textures. It's just changing UV coordinates. Frame-based, well, it's using the tick function built into Phaser. I think this gets called at like 50 hertz or something. Or 20 hertz. I don't know. Fast enough. So that we can just look at the time and see, well, is it time to swap UV coordinates? If so, yeah, we do it. Yeah, so this is where, right now it's hard-coded. What I want to move to is it would look at the animation sequence of the tile and see, well, has the time advanced to where we need to flip to a different frame, and then it would do that, depending on what data we've put in here. That's the goal. So if I want, I can just remove this for now, and then it'll stop animating the water there. There, back to sanity, sane water. Okay, I need to do add. I don't think that add's gonna work, so let's do that next. Where is... It's way down at the bottom, isn't it? Oh, it's the form on submit add frame. Yeah, I didn't do anything there. I don't want to add... I want something like this, right? Yeah. We want to update the tile set to add a new frame to the selected tile. So we need to find the selected tile set, and then we need to find the selected frame. So if selected frame is less than 0, or selected frame is greater than or equal to selected tile set tiles length, return. Okay, but given that, there are two possibilities. There might not be a frames array for the tile. That's one possibility. The other one is that it is there and we just need to add on to the end. So either way, it's going to be on update tile set. We are changing the specific tile. That means I need to filter this, isn't that right? Or map this. Tile ID. And it'll be if ID is a selected tile. This should be tile, not frame. If it's a selected tile, then we are we're doing something. Otherwise, we're keeping it the same. So I'll do the keeping the same thing first. And what did I mess up here? Is it because there's nothing in here? Yeah, that was it. Okay. Usually use set interval. Right, so Phaser already does that internally, and it ends up calling me back. So in a sense, I'm using a bit of engine given to me by Phaser. So I'm leveraging that so I don't have to do set interval directly. I bet if we looked and saw like how Phaser does it, they do the same thing. I would have to use set interval directly if I didn't like the frame rate. Like if Phaser was just too slow, or didn't call me regularly enough, then I might have to switch to set interval. Either way, it should work, I think, because we just need to change the texture coordinates, on a regular enough basis that it doesn't look like it's glitching, right? Okay, so if it's the selected tile, there's also now request animation frame. I tried to use Phaser's animation, built-in animation stuff, and it seemed to be geared more towards baked-in animation sequences, which I had trouble with, because the animation sequences I'm doing are going to be server-driven. So once you use the user interface to set up these animations, they go back to the server, and the server goes to all the clients, and so the clients have to use information from the server to build the animation sequences. They can't use baked-in JSON, and so it was sort of a mess. I was sort of struggling yesterday, and I said at some point, I'm like, screw it, I know how to do animation. You just change the texture coordinates based on the timer, and you're done, right? It was just clunky the way I just couldn't figure out how to do it the right way with Phaser, so I'm like, I'll just do it myself. Okay, this is a selected tile. Right, I want to know if it has frames in it. So if tile.frames, then something. Otherwise, we're going to make a new... oh, wait a minute. We're just modifying the frames so that we will take the existing tile and for frames, it depends on what we do, right? If there are frames, then do something. Otherwise, it's going to be a new array. Right? And the new array will just have the new frame in it. And the new frame will have x is whatever I made the state variable named. New frame x. New frame. Can't type today. And scroll is new frame scroll. And time is new frame time. Okay, and if frames exist, then okay, either way it's going to be an array, right? It's just if it exists, then we're going to take the frames and add to it this one. What if we build this up front? So const new frame equals that. Then I can just say new frame here. Like that. Hey there, Life's Meaning, you're back. Welcome back. You're doing something similar, making a clone of NES Tetris? Oh, cool. A long, long time ago, I played around with making a Tetris clone because it's actually really easy. You're just drawing boxes, and the boxes are in a grid, so it's like super easy. Changing the texture coordinates to animate, yeah. Scale is the same, It's just changing the width and height, right? Of either the source or the target. I guess it would be the target, right? If you're scaling. Source would be if you're changing the shape, I guess. Actually, no. Forget it's destination coordinates you're changing, or destination size you're changing if you're scaling, right? Okay, did I get this right? Tiles is, if it's a selected tile, then look at the frames. If we have frames added to the end, otherwise making a new one with the frame in it, the frame has this in it. So this is going to depend on this guy actually doing the right thing. So let me find that. Update tileset. Search is slow today. Source position on image. Only problem is JS is a mess. Well, that's why you're using TypeScript, right? That kind of helps it be less messy. Oh, did I do this in here? Oh, okay, yeah. So here we got to add the frame stuff. So we're going to have frames. And what to put here? It depends, right? If we have tile frames, then it is tile frames map frame to something. Otherwise, it is empty array. Okay, and if we have frames, then for every frame, it is going to be and here's where I'm going to shorten things. So it's going to be x is frame dot. These are already shortened, but here we'll use s instead. That pop-up is annoying me. I don't know. I keep having to dismiss it. Scroll and t instead of time. And then what I'm going to do is on the way. Okay, I should be using the new, shouldn't I? New x, new y, new scroll, new time. When it comes back from the server, we'll flip this around. So that is in reducer, session reducer. I think it's in this make tileset shape. Yes. Here we go. So this is if what? If tile is falsy, make a default one. So default one for frames would be empty. And then this one's frames would be we have to be careful here again because it might not be in there. So tile frames, if so, then tile frames map frame to something. Otherwise, it is empty array. And then we're going to map this frame here. It's going to be x is tile x, or frame x. Y is frame Y, and then I also have to put in the new ones too. Scroll is frame S, time is frame T, and then, gosh, this is so annoying. let's sort these. So it's going to be new scroll, frame S. That should have been S. New time is frame T, new X is frame X, new Y is... Now, why do I have both the normal fields and then the ones with new? That's so that you can... The new ones are like where you're typing dynamically, so as you're entering the number, these update immediately. But we keep what they originally were in case you screw up and you say reset, and then it would copy these ones back to these ones. But if you don't hit reset, instead of you hit save or update, it'll take these and use these to update the server. That's what that's for. Same thing I did up here. All right. I guess it's time to try it out and see if I did it right. So I should be able to add one here. Add. And it didn't do anything. At least I didn't think it did anything. Let's look at the network for that. Yeah, I don't think that's doing anything. Okay, so what did I do wrong? Did I not hook that, not wire that up correctly? Oh, that's grayed out. I'm not even using that. Let's fix that. Since we're here, that should be around here. Reset. Where's reset? Reset frame. Here we go. Here we go. Frame. But the ad didn't work. Why not? The ad submits the form it's in, which is this one. Okay, it could be one of these. Let's do a debugger. Let's see. Hey there, will this also work for animation in Maya? No. This is animation within my own engine here, which is based on Phaser.js in the browser. So, yeah, nothing to do with Maya or Blender or anything like that. Very, very simple tile animation, which is basically flipping between two subsets of a texture, or maybe scrolling it, and that's about it. Yeah, pretty simple stuff in comparison. I'm not an animator. All right, background, add. Oh, did I not have this debug window up? Add. There we go. Let's see what's going on here. It found the tile set. Wait, why is it -1? Oh, it is. I didn't click that. So it shouldn't even show this then. That's my problem. I need to click that, and then hit add. Selected tile is 0. Okay, so it did get past that. And so it should be adding a new frame. I don't think it did it though. Dang it, I didn't have this recorded. Whoa, I think I screwed it up. Oh, yeah, it deleted all the other tiles. Oh, okay. We can add them back. And meanwhile, all my NPCs are wandering away. Okay, so this should be a 2. Can add them all back. It's okay. And then reset. We're back. Some NPCs might have taken advantage of the fact that they could walk on water or mountains to get places they shouldn't have been able to get to. Actually, we look okay. Nothing escaped in the meantime. All right. So this screwed up all the other tiles somehow. So I need to look at this very carefully. This should have just copied the ones that we didn't change, so I'm not sure what happened. But let's see. I guess I can put another debugger here, and if it doesn't look good, I won't let it go through. Yeah, alright, here we go. Make sure that's open. Click a tile and hit add. Then hit go. And let's look at the tile set. It has 8 tiles in it. This one has an extra frame in it. It has, okay, I didn't parse these as integers. That's one problem. But still, it had the other tiles in it. No, it didn't. Wait a minute. Ah, look what I did there. It's an array instead of an array by accident. That's the problem. How did I do that? Let's see what I did. Hey there, Chelmega. How are you doing? Oh, I see what I did. It's an array, but then it did map. So I don't want this outer array. That's the problem. Let's try that again. Reload. Yeah, this whole user interface is just an elaborate way to construct a JSON object. Working on your compiler in C++, got the lexer done, now starting the abstract syntax tree and parser. I hope you're okay now that you restarted and you learned from the first iteration, now you're on the second iteration, right? Hey there, Endurn. Did you figure out the Wi-Fi thing? Not yet, because I haven't had time. I was going to look into, was it knowledge? suggested it might be the 5 gig malfunctioning, either on the router end or the computer end. Need to check that. I'll need to try forcing it to 2 gig and see if that fixes it. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to buy another network card, I think. Yeah, I had trouble with the Wi-Fi in one of my computers. Alright, here goes nothing. I'm gonna hit add and hit go and see if the tile set looks okay. Tiles, okay, we're back to a single level array. Nothing got screwed up. Okay, so this should be good. I should let it go. And there we go. Okay, these didn't get filled in correct. Oh, because I didn't do the parsing correctly. Right, so let's... and also don't allow removing. Why not? Why is remove grayed out? What happens if I reload this too? Why is that grayed out? That shouldn't have been grayed out. Oh, I think I know why. Yeah, this is garbage. So I think we just never disable them right now. We should be fine. Yes, so the only problem is I'm using the ID for the key. So React's gonna have a fit. I need to use something that is truly unique, not an index. Or I can just say, screw you, React, you can deal with it. Or just re-render all the time. Yeah, so I just don't disable this. And then I need to make sure remove tile works. Oh no, I don't want remove tile. I want remove frame. Here, right? Remove frame. And that's reset frame, so I don't have a remove frame. I need to add one. I can't type today. Okay, yeah, it'll be similar to this. Reset frame, remove frame. Okay, so we need to make sure that this tile set is selected. There's some other place I did this, didn't I? Yeah, this. So if we have selected a tile, and the tile set is something we have, then we're not doing a filter at this level. I'm doing a tile set tiles map. Tile ID. Actually, it occurs to me I didn't need tile there. I need something there though, because I need the index. Anyway, this is depends, right? If it is the selected tile. If so, then it's tiles and then frames will be it's tile. It's tile dot frames dot filter. Frame ID. ID is not equal to ID to remove. Otherwise, it's the tile unmodified. There we go. Okay, happy lurking, said who? Let's see, did I get that right? Only one way to find out. We actually try it out. So let me just hit remove. Oh, it's still a debugger there. Yeah, it seems to have worked. Let me remove the debuggers. Remove that one and remove that one. Load, 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 load. There we go. Let's add and then add again, and then should be able to change this, right? 16, 32. Yeah, see, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Now if I remove this one, it shifts up. Cool. And then remove. So let me fix the integer problem. That is something that the middleware should do here. Like I was doing this parse int. that needs to be done in all of these places. Actually, yeah, that's also an int. So all of these places need a parse. Right? And then that should work. Add. No. It might be that that's not filled in right. Let's look at the Redux state. Tile sets. Background. Tiles. First tile. Frames. Okay, they're all null. Interesting. How did they get to be null? No, why would they be null? Huh. If I put in a number here, does it become not null? Then hit update. Oh, that worked. So it's just add that doesn't work. So what if I put 32 in there and hit add? Okay, so it's the add that doesn't work. Cool. I'm getting there. Hey there, Chris. Yeah, look, it's working. I mean, I have a little bit of a space problem. I'm not sure what to do with that other than maybe I can make my window smaller, but I hate to have to do that to my viewers. I don't know what else to do other than to allow some overlap between my work and the overlay. If I get better at CSS and learn how, I could like maybe do the equivalent of that. Like, I don't need to be showing this area of the screen while I'm working over here. If there was like a button, I could have it shunted over there. Then it won't obscure my chat. Overlay it over my webcam? Hey, you mean you don't need to see my face? You could narrow the overlay more. A theme could kick the message to a new line. I could make it a little bit narrower. I don't want it to be too narrow. I could just do that. We don't need to see the left-hand side of the screen right now, right? Or the alternative would be to just do that. I don't need to see all... I guess the horizontal scroll is working. I could do that. Auto hotkey script later tonight. I need to dedicate like a day or two just to train myself on auto hotkey, because there's now a list of things I could do with auto hotkey that would be cool. Like auto positioning my editor window so it's always aligned just right. Oh, by overlay on my webcam, you mean drag it down a little bit? Like, I can do that now. Let me unlock it and move it. So I can move it down a little bit. What happens if I make it smaller? Is that too small? You do it for me, but I want to learn it too. If you guys think that that's not too small, then that's maybe a good compromise. Like that? Yeah. So now I am scaling it a bit, so we might see some of the problems you were telling me about with the anti-aliasing. Looks okay? Well, that's okay, because I feel bad not doing the my homework. I should at least look it up myself, so that your time is better. Probably, well, how do I put this right? There are things I can do on my own that will save you some time, so I'd rather do that. Like, I'd rather go through the basic tutorials and learn how to do it, and then I could talk to you about what maybe advanced stuff that you know that would help me. How about we do that? Okay. If I didn't have these buttons so big, I should probably just make these buttons smaller. Why are these buttons so big anyway? I kind of feel like making these buttons smaller. Can I make them like really small? What if I just take the compact and make it even smaller? Where is that? Compact. Yeah, what if I make it like 80%? Yeah, they don't need to be that big, and then I can... that's just right, isn't it? Maybe a tiny bit smaller? 75? Yeah, look at that. Nice fit. You're having one of those days where you don't want to do anything? Yeah, I hate that. You feel lethargic. It's like, I don't feel like doing this or that or the other thing. Do I have a numpad? It's just one built into the keyboard. Yeah. Yeah, once I get this size right, Chris, you're right. I can then go back and find out what size was that, and then I can make the original size the same, right? But this was just quick through OBS. I'll clean it up later. We'll just keep that for now. That'll do. Yeah, the numpad built in. Yeah, these buttons normal users aren't going to see anyway. That's only for me, and that size is fine. Okay, so I need to figure out why add is making everything null. It's probably something I did wrong in this thing here. Oh, this should all be new, not X, right? So really, I don't need any of these at all. Oh, wait a minute, no. I need to say new X, new Y, new scroll, and new time. That's probably what I did. I like guessing a lot about what probably I did right and wrong. Okay, add. Cool. So if I typed in a number like 64, add. Cool. So what I really like is that I can tweak these numbers live and see like what I would get, you know? So if I put like a 5 there, you can see it. It's like I can tweak the exact texture coordinates. And then what would be really cool is if I could select that and then I click in here and drag and have these coordinates set. Maybe that's what I want to do. I can have a selected frame, and if you click on the texture while there's a frame selected, it would change the X and Y. I wonder how hard that would be. What about auto fade in the overlay chat? That was something that I was using in Stream Elements, and I was gonna put it in Chris's Discord as a feature request, but right as I was gonna type it, I realized, you know, it's kind of nice when you come into a stream and you want to see what the chat context currently is, that you can see some of the chat that happened right before you joined. And so, like, someone coming in now can see what are the last, 8 messages people sent, instead of seeing it all blank. So, maybe I don't even need that feature. Yeah, the option would be nice for other people that do want it to fade. I just didn't want to put it on the list of feature requests yesterday because I'm like, I don't really need the feature, and we have some bugs, so I didn't actually... I should have just asked you, do you want feature requests that I don't even necessarily want myself, but I think other people might want? Because if so, then yeah, I would have probably just written it down. Some people need it if they're having a conversation, they need to refresh the page. Okay, cool. So I'll just have to prefix all my feature requests with, don't need this for myself, but other people might like it. Just fix the damn bugs. Well, he did. Look, all the bugs are fixed. All the alignment is working. It looks really professional. I like it. I mean, even the emote sizes look nice now. Did you work on that? Or is it just because I scaled it a bit? It looks better to me. Yeah, so anyone just coming in, we're talking about the overlay that CM Griffin made. He made this, it's called Stream Parrot. It's a nice alternative chat overlay for streamers. And I'm helping alpha test it. I'm really grateful that Chris lets me check it out and test it because I think it's kind of cool to try new things and to help out other devs. Fixed all the things. Okay, this might not be needed, but I think it would be cool if I could select a frame and then click in the texture. Problem is I don't know how to do the clicking on a texture thing, so I need to look that up. We don't need that. It's probably something super easy, right? HTML image on click, right? Does it actually give you coordinates? Because that would be cool. Yeah, he's using Google Fonts, right? Wait, what's the question? Oh, is it the fact that like it has to be a Google font? Because I couldn't get back to Drama Sans without hacking the Gibson using your custom CSS. Okay, this isn't what I want. On a click coordinates. Is this what I want? The assignment says. You know what this means? Someone wants their homework done for them. IS map. Is map. Okay, I kind of want that, but I don't want to go to the server. Oh, there we go. We just have a click handler on the image, and we get the, what's this offset? Is that the image's coordinates? I guess we can play around with this, so where's that image tag? It's down here somewhere, right? Right here. So with just an on-click, let's just play with this. So on-click tileset. Where am I gonna put it? Right here? Right around here. Event. Let's just look at it. So console.log. I want to take it and JSON stringify it. Can I do that? Because I think that event reference could be reused, and I've seen problems with that before, where it just changes, and I don't see the current event, or I don't see the event that happened. I see like what it was replaced by. Let's see what. Anyway, let's see what this does. Click when I'm in circular structure. Oh, I guess we can't do that. Because it's got stuff in it, right? Well, let's just do the event. See what I get. Then I can log specific fields I care about. Click. I guess I didn't expect to see that. The DOM node's left offset relative to the parent context, which is the page unless you nest position absolute. Yeah, that's the stuff I don't know. So Luma, you know a lot more about the CSS than I do. Yeah, see, I think all of this stuff is null because the event is now... Yeah, it's released, nullified. Oh, I can do that? Ooh. Can I do that? Let's read that and see what it says. What is it telling me to do? I just call it at any point? Okay. So event.persist. I learned something directly from the console. Isn't that weird? Click. There we go. So offset X is not available here, but it might be something in the proto, right? Well, it could be something, a generated property, right? Let's just print it out. So the field I think I care about were client X, client Y, and then, well, what did that say? Page X, page Y. Really? Looks like it's the same as client X, client Y. Okay, we'll just print them out. So event dot. Well, we already know the page X, page Y. What I'm not seeing is the offset. Oh, I need a ref to the image, don't I? I think I already have one. No, I don't. Okay, but we need a ref for it, right? Tileset ref. Tileset image ref. And I guess I'm not using the effect hook, am I? Well, so we'll repurpose that to do the ref hook. So let's just make one. Use ref so we can get access to its X and Y, right? Offset X and offset Y. I think I have to do current too, so that's in front here. Current. Let's try that. Click. Undefined, undefined. Okay, I did something wrong. Client X relative to the parent context. So maybe I wanted client X. Although it's all the same coordinate system, it looks like. So the parent context must be the whole page then. Yeah, okay. So did I miss something? Because it said, oh, it's offset left, not X. Okay, left. And then what the other one is top. Sometimes it's X, sometimes it's left. I guess consistency, not important. Let me click in the middle of the grass and see what I see. Okay, so 632. So it might be correct. So let's just try this. So it's going to be event dot page. Well, it's parent context. That's what I want, right? So I want client X minus this. Event client Y minus this. Click. 53 by 12. Yeah, okay. And what if I click in the middle of the water? 70, yeah, that's pretty close. That's what I want. I'm going to when you click here, it will change the selected frame. So that means I have to have a selected frame. For some of these other things, I persisted them in Redux. I don't think I care to do that for frame because it's only going to be used locally. So let's make it a state variable. So const selected frame set selected frame use state null. Learning some Bulgarian, it's a bit weird. For example, they are cats literally means cats are. I think it's weird to have to learn a different alphabet. That would be the weirdest part for me. Okay, selected frame. Okay, so the on click and the selected class I need to copy from. I guess we can copy from here and paste onto the frames. Yes, so there. Selected row is ID is selected frame. And then this will be on select. This will be a set selected frame. Okay, that should be enough. That should work already. Through the magic of React. And it didn't. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have the right class on it to make it selectable. That's on the HTML side. Yes, this part. Where was it? This thing. On the table itself. I guess I don't need to use this class names thing. I was using that because I had multiple classes before. I could just do that. Class names. I don't really think I'm using it for that, definitely. And all of those, but this I don't really need it for. So let's clean that up a little bit. Yeah, I knew I made that syntax mistake there. Or you can say I am a man, and it can either be I am man or man am. Doesn't have, oh, it doesn't have the articles the, a, n. Well, that's easier than French, right? Where they have not only do they have articles, but the articles have gender. So you have to remember, is it a male the or is it a female the? You know, le or la. Very flexible compared to English, where the sentence structure is extremely rigid. I think even in English, like, sure, in formal writing it's rigid, but in what do you call it? When you're just talking to people, you can be a little bit more flexible. People still know what you're talking about. You ain't gonna need that structure. All right. Yay, they're selectable. Okay, so the last thing I guess would be, if we have one selected and I click there, it should change the X and Y coordinates. That's what I want. Yep, okay, so let's do that. That would be that where I was doing the console writes. So we know these are the coordinates I need. So this is going to be X, and this is going to be Y. And I really don't need to persist it anymore or log anything. So those are the coordinates. So I suppose we only need to do this if we have a selected frame, right? We have to have not only a selected frame, but we have to have a selected tile. So all this stuff has to be done. And we can do it. We can do this one first. Well, let's just do it here. Word order is not flexible in English. Well, you can still get the gist of, especially if it's written. I can reorder those words in my mind and know what you're saying. But yeah, your point taken. And yeah, you're saying Slavic languages, it's by definition more flexible. Even in written form, it's flexible. Selected frame. You know what we need to do is the selected frame needs to be cleared whenever this is okay. The selected frame needs to be cleared if the frame is removed. Otherwise, we can just check it here, I guess. If selected frame is not null. Actually, if it's equal to null, and I'm doing the double equal on purpose because that matches undefined as well. Or selected frame is greater than or equal to selected tile set tiles selected tile frames length. Return. Okay, so we get all the way down to there, then I am going to be doing a on change frame. And it's going to be selected frame X, X, and Y. Y. Actually, you know what? I don't even need to do any of these checks because the change frame does those for me. I don't need any of that, do I? Wait a minute. What? It might not check to selected frame. Okay, well if it is null or out of range, it just won't change anything. So this is probably fine. This is fine, right? This is fine. This is fine. The word girls is masculine. Really? That's weird. Usually, like, I learned French a bit, and it made the gender of words usually made sense. So the word, like, was it la femme for the woman? It's feminine because it's about a woman, right? That would be strange to have the word girls be masculine. Yeah, that would be strange. The closest thing I can remember in French to that is if you had like 1,000, if you had 999 girls and one guy in a group, you'd have to use the masculine plural. You'd have to have every single member of the group be feminine to use the feminine plural. And I thought that was a bit sexist. But yeah, that's what language is. It's based on old norms, right? Okay, so if I select that and click, it's not working. Let's see, what did I do wrong? Let's debugger that. Let's put it here. What did I do wrong? Select one, then click. Okay, so what is it not like about this? Selected tile set is 47. Selected tile is 0. That's fine. It should have changed it. Oh, wait a minute. No, it should be new Y, not Y. Yeah. New X and new Y. So let's remove the debugger. It's always something that I'm doing wrong. Click, 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 click. Ooh, look at that. Okay, the Y coordinate's working, but not the X. Why would that be? Why would the Y coordinate update but not the X? I got the Y coordinate, but not the X. X is remaining at 32. I'm wondering, does it have to do with the fact that I'm doing these back to back? Because this dispatches, oh, that's what it is. This asynchronously dispatches something to Redux. So I really can't use this unless I wait for the the action to be dispatched completely. Or I just dispatch one that covers both, so instead of using that, I just make a copy here, and I have to place here, new x, x, new y, y, and then replace ID to change with selected frame. It's just gross that I have to copy all this boilerplate. Let's try that. Yep, that did it. Be even cooler if I could click and drag. Also, it would be cool if I could overdraw a rectangle as I scroll over, but you know, close enough. You know what I can do also? I can cheat, and if I'm like holding the shift key, I can have it round to the nearest tile. What if I do that? How would I know if shift is held down? It's one of those things in the event, right? Event.persist. Yeah, Jalmega's going to work for Ubisoft. That was the big announcement yesterday. From Jalmega in my stream, at least. Alright, so console. Click, and then let me do a shift click. Here's a normal click. Okay, there's alt key. Is there shift key? There is. So shift key is false here. Okay, so it's, do I want to do shift, control, or alt? I think shift key is what I want. So let's do a let if event.shift key x equals or minus equals x mod tile size, right? Okay, and this is also, I don't have to do math, you know, it's very important. Look at that, I don't have to do math anymore, I just shift click, and if I want precision, I just release shift. Nice. Okay. And this works, right? It does. Cool. Let's check this in. I like it. What are these warnings I'm getting? Huh. I don't know why. Didn't seem to affect anything. Let's check it in. I need to use the restroom too. So this is all, this is a separate change. So we shrink compact buttons down a little bit with that check in. Hey there, Cthulhu. Working on the tile animations. I just got this done where you can define an animation sequence. So the front end doesn't obey it, but if it did, the water would alternate between water and grass every 500 milliseconds. That's the next thing I'm going to do after I use the restroom, is have the stage actually use the animation sequence if it's defined. That should be fun. All right, so we're introducing the frames array. And that, I don't need to check. That's a hack. I won't bother checking that. Commenting out the hack quite yet. That's different. Okay, so this is add frame editor to tile panel, tileset panel. This one I will not touch. This one is just some random fix I don't know what I call them, random bugs. A cleanup dialogue editor. Typos, I guess, since they really didn't have any visual effect. Close. Hey there, Tammuz. Max width 960 pixels. Yeah, I haven't done that stuff yet. Yeah, I had some, what do you call them? GitHub tickets entered for making sure the backend doesn't hit with empty inputs, but I haven't run through them all yet. Yeah, I do enjoy getting suggestions, and I like to put them in my notes, so thank you very much. You're going to earn quite a bit more than the average Bulgarian. You're starting in a junior position. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's the normal progression, right? Junior for a few years, and then you drop the junior part. But yeah, Tammuz, thank you again for the suggestions. I will get to those. The GitHub is for the issues, so there. Let's see if I'm sure there's at least one ticket in there for this. So if I search for empty, yeah. So I have a couple in there, right? Don't send empty chat lines. Don't allow empty ticket description. Don't allow attaching white space only. So feel free to report anything else if you want. And that makes sure that I will eventually get to them. I don't want to forget about them. Junior, junior, junior. You know what they did for Qualcomm? Uh, can I say this? I mean, it's not that secret. So they had positions. Okay, this is what they did. I thought it was funny. So for the longest time, they had engineer, senior engineer, staff engineer, and then they had principal engineer too. Right? And a few, like very, very rarely, you'd have associate engineer. And I actually was one of those because that's sort of an in-between spot. Either you're transitioning, which for my case it was transitioning from intern to engineer. I hadn't yet gotten my degree, but they wanted to keep me, so they promoted me to associate engineer and then engineer. Anyway, so this is pretty rare. So what they did when they started adapting this rank system to India, I guess because normal progression was between each of these ranks, it took maybe 2 to 3 years. But apparently in India, it's a big thing that if you don't get promoted like every year you get a promotion. If you don't get that, then they get discouraged and they leave. So what they did was they introduced a level between engineer and senior engineer called what was it? Oh, there was another one in here, by the way. There was senior staff engineer. They introduced a level in here. What was it? It was something else. It was like lead engineer or something like that. Like they just introduced like another step in between that didn't mean anything to the US people. And it's like, what the hell does lead engineer mean? It's just a step between senior and normal engineer. It was arbitrary and funny. But that's just because they needed to have that. If you didn't have that promotion every year, then they felt like that they hit some kind of ceiling and they would leave. It was a retention strategy. Lieutenant General Engineer. They only expect you to have 8 to 10 years. Well, senior. It's that word again, right? What does senior mean? So Qualcomm senior was really not that senior. Like I showed you just now, that was like level 2 was senior. After senior was staff, and then senior staff, and then principal. So senior really didn't mean that much. Anyway, I gotta take a break to use the restroom. I'll be right back. When I get back, I'm going to try to employ this animation stuff to actually show it on the screen. I'll be right back though. I'm back. Okay, so same there in Poland. So you have to have a title every year, a title change, otherwise you'd leave. Yeah, so at Qualcomm in San Diego was every 2 to 3 years they expect to go up a level until you hit the real ceiling as you get to senior staff and principal, and it's like you're going to be there the rest of your life or you become a manager, and then that's a whole different track with its own special problems. Brings back memories. Junior engineers come in and it's like they're so focused on getting that promotion. It's like, well, with the promotion comes extra responsibility, so we're going to be asking you for more. Are you sure you want that? You got to be ready to deliver more. There's a problem with that, isn't there? That box is bigger than the other box. What did I get wrong there? People change companies every 3 to 4 years, so they expect to be promoted. Yeah, like you jump to another company to get a pay increase and or promotion, right? Yeah. So it's a retention thing. It's just, yeah, it was funny to learn that for other cultures like in India, it's a lot quicker. They expect a pay increase, or not a pay increase, but a promotion or title change every year or every 2 years, every 1 to 2 years, and if they didn't get it, they would leave. Let's see. That box, right? Time input size. Do I use that in all the right? That's there. Did I not use that for the rows? Let's see. No, I didn't. I used the wrong one. Fixed. All right, nice and aligned to satisfy the OCD people. Okay, now to do the animation. That is in the stage middleware here. So instead of doing this thing, I think we're just going to track milliseconds. And we'll just, well, I think for every tile, we'll have to compute the period and then mod by that and get the offset to get the frame offset. So let's see. So it'll be, what to do here? Let me think about this. It actually needs to be done whenever we do set sprite texture, right? Yeah, wherever we call that, we're going to need to figure out what to set for the texture coordinates here. Oh wait, there's more. It's more than that. We where I had to construct. That's right. I had to construct something. Atlas, right? Atlas. Where is that? Here it is. We have to actually construct this whenever the tile set is loaded. Right. Okay. I don't think I want to do this because I need to take the coordinates from how best to show it. I guess showing this, I have to take these X and Y coordinates and fill them into these frames and then give them keys essentially. Or if it's an array, they are index. It's an index into the frames array. So I had to take that and correlate it to a frame number somewhere. So I guess I would use a map, or I would maybe store it in the tile set itself. Can I do that in the reducer? Let's see. The reducer is going to get So in a couple places, right? Reflect tile sets. Maybe in this make tile set shape. This might not be the easiest place. Maybe it's better to do it here. Where is load tile set called? When it's added and removed. When does add and remove get called? Actually, why? Why do I have load call add? I mean, why do I have add call load? Why are add and load different? I don't know. Okay, anyway, these are thin wrappers around load and unload, and they are called when. Right, so side effects of if they're downloaded or if they're added. And updated. Okay. So that load is the right place, I guess. Okay, we store them. This is a map, I know that. So I can mutate that tile set, right? Is that right? Let's see. Well, it's in the action. But other middleware can intercept it, so we really shouldn't. So I should make a copy. And Senior is 20 years? Well, that is a long time to work at any one place. I'm like in the extreme minority, I think, when it comes to how long I worked at a company, right? I was at Qualcomm for 24 years. That's pretty extraordinary these days. Nowadays, I think the average time people stay at a company is maybe 5 to 10 years? Maybe less, like Voight Comp was saying. Switched to another company after 3 to 4 years. Yeah, I don't think anyone these days in their right mind stays at the same place for 20 years unless they got a really good deal. I had a pretty good deal, so that's why I stayed. By good deal, I mean mostly that you enjoy what you do. If you're at a company and you're doing what you would do as a hobby, if you weren't getting paid, that's the deal. That is old school. But yeah, think about it. If you really like doing OpenGL and you found a job where they just wanted you to do OpenGL all day, I mean, wouldn't you stay there? And let's say it's paying well enough, you know, there'd be no reason to leave. You're doing what you enjoy doing. You never get tired of it. So that was me for a long, long time. Okay. That'd be the dream for you, right, Setu? To get a job where you're just doing computer graphics? Like to watch baseball, and there's a very annoying ad constantly during the games for them. Is it? Yeah, they like to just kind of. I mean, there's another Qualcomm ad on Twitch that I see constantly. It's just what they do. They like to spend the money on the ads, I guess. I can't decide what I want to do here. This atlas, I need to know what frames to build, and it's by looking at all the frames in the tiles, right? But then I need to map it back, so the frames have to be modified. I guess what I can do is return a new structure. Or would I just build it into the... What does add do? It does do that. So what if I had this return the new tile set? Can I... No, I'd have to make it a new name, right? Const... Hold on a second. Gotta refresh the company logos a lot too. No, they only did that once. Any kind of pay? Yeah, you get paid to do what you want, that you like to do. That's the best. Name. What's a good name here? Augmented tile set. I don't know. Actually, can I just reuse the name? That's just the name. It's not gonna update the original one. It's basically gonna drop the original one and use the new one. I just have to have this one return something new. So const. We'll call it decorated tile set. And we'll have it return it here. I don't remember doing that. Is that we always have to do start when we do a load atlas or sprite sheet? Is that why? Guess so. This is for backwards compatibility, by the way. So I need to be careful about that. I guess it'll only be in here where we're adding stuff. So what if we just seed this with the tile set? Actually, that's not good enough. That'll just do a shallow copy. But I could do this. Like that. And then we build the new tiles as we go. Actually, I don't even want to do that. Yeah, I just want to do this. Put that back to there. And yeah. All right. If there are tiles, and we start making an atlas based off the tiles in the frame. So this is the old way it was done before. Now the new way will be tile set tiles for each tile. Do some work. And the work we will do will be I guess we'll need every single tile to have at least one frame in it, right? Because that's where the coordinates are going to be kept now. So let's do the backwards compatible approach. If tile dot frames, if it doesn't have frames, then the backwards compatible one will be this one. Then we add one frame, which is based off of the index of the tile. So let's get that. Okay, but if it has frames, then we're gonna add we're gonna have one for every animation frame. So this this is an object, not an array. Can I use that to my advantage? I think so. So I can say tile frames for each frame J. How about J? And then do it this way. And then this would be constructed from I dash J. So it'd be tile I frame J. And the frame would be pulled from the frame, X and Y. And then I can use that scheme later to look it up when we're animating. Actually, that means I don't need to return anything. So I don't need this decorated frame. I don't need this. After all. Don't need to decorate it, because we're just going to use a key naming scheme. All right. And actually, maybe that goes here. It does, doesn't it? Da, 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 da. Yep, okay. So if we have no tiles at all, we're just treating it like a sprite sheet. If we have tiles, then we loop through the tiles. For tiles that have frames, we use the frames to form the entries in the text in the atlas that are like that. If there are no frames, then it's the old way where it's just the tile index. And oh wait a minute, there already is an I. So I don't need that for loop. I was just getting confused. Right, so if there are no frames, then we just make one frame based off of the tile alone and the old style, computing an offset into the texture. Okay, so that's the load is done. That's gonna look awful weird here, right? It's what, broken on a, right, null. Is that because tile is null? Tile set is not defined. That's weird. Okay, I might have been in the middle of editing something when that happened. Nope, that's something else. Tile set is not defined. What did I do wrong? There, it's defined. Okay, so it could be null. So I should do if tile and tile frames. Yeah. Jim Mega says, I also found something that makes your compiler easier, since the compiler in C++ is the bootstrap for your language. You don't need to store the full tree with whitespace and tokens included in the AST. Okay. Well, but how do you deal with, like, if there's an error and you need to tell the user, like, what line and column number the error was at? So do you at least retain that information? Because that's what whitespace is used for a lot, right? Is to locate the exact column and row. If you remove the whitespace and you don't remember where it was, you might not remember exactly where the errors are. I guess you'd turn the whitespace into column row properties of every token, right? If tile and tile frames. Just store the span. Yeah, exactly. So you're kind of incorporating the white space in those numbers, right? Is this what I expected to see? All water everywhere? Maybe well, hold on. Did I do that right? No, it should have done this way. What did I do wrong? Why isn't it drawing the ground here? It's drawing the NPCs correctly. Interesting. Is that because they have no frame information and this one does? I think I need to look at this in Redux. Tile set background. So there are tiles. Oh, but the frames is empty. Oh, shoot. I forgot about that. Okay. Yes. Not only does it have to be there, but it has to not be empty. So tile frames length greater than 0. Yep. There we go. What happened to the water? Oh, we're not drawing the water correctly yet. Yeah, because we can't. I changed all the keys. So that's the thing. Is the set texture is now different, right? So instead of using the tile, it's tile dash frame if it has frames. So you know what I'm tempted to do is no. I was gonna say tempted to do tile dash 0 here, but then that'll be a glitch. So you know what I should do is have set sprite texture include the time. It should include the time in it. So let's include the time. Time. And everywhere that it's called will include time. Okay, how are we going to get the time from this? I guess we could cache it somewhere. Which means I don't really need it here, right? Well... hold on. I just messed that up, didn't I? If that's calling it directly from an action handler, I can put it in the stage. That's what I can do. Okay, so back here, we can just say it's in the stage. In fact, it might already be in there. We might be able to query phaser for the time. No, I'll just put it in the stage. So where do I define the stage? Here I do. Right, so let's put the time in here. I have last interaction. Is that a time? It is not. It is a location. I guess we're adding time. And these are all not sorted. I don't like that. Let's sort them. P's come up here. L goes there. And technically that goes there. Sure. Since it's a bootstrap, you don't need extremely exact errors either. Oh, I see. Yeah, sometimes a line number is all you really need, right? You don't need the, you don't even need to be exactly on the correct line. You could just be near it, and that's usually good enough, right? I think I'm just going to put time here. And we're going to maintain an integer, milliseconds, I think. So what I want to do is, in this phaser update, we'll just math floor it and store it in the stage. And then we'll use that to know when to change the sprite. We'll need the equivalent. We need a variable to know what it was previously. I guess I'm having both then. So that would be at the end. We would do stage. What would I put here? Oh, I would do it up here. Stage dot last time is stage time. So it's delayed. So we can see what it was and what it is now to know if we need to change it. Right? Okay. Let's have a helper here. So we'll say if frame, active frame of I guess we just need sprite. No, we need sprite, tile set, and tile, and we need the stage. Actually, I don't want the stage. I want to get the time directly out of it, so it'll be stage last time. If it's not equal to the frame we want for the current time, then we're going to do a, why isn't it like this? Oh, because this needs to be prefixed with a name. Then we're going to do set sprite texture. Why does this say tile frame? This should just be tile, shouldn't it? Yeah, because we're going to look up in the tile set that tile to see. Okay, so this is going to call active frame internally. I think that's what I want to do. Basically, we don't want to call it every single time phaser updates. We only want to call it when the output of this function I haven't written yet, if that changes, and this will call it as well to figure out what actual tile to use. That's what it's going to do. So I need to invent this. Let's put it near this one so it's easier to see. And let's find out what my parameters were. So that's time. All right. So how do we do this? I guess I have to do the same thing where we default to that. Food's about to be ready? Okay. I'll let you know, Playing with Skizzers. I need to do the basic T-word tutorial. Whatever is there for learning the basic stuff. Then we could focus on stuff that's not basic. But enjoy your food. gzip isn't enabled on the server? It should be. But the server is using WebSockets, so gzip's not required in WebSockets. The normal web server I wrote does support gzip. On the JS assets. Oh, do you mean the distribution, the CloudFront? That's not something I can control. That's Amazon's CloudFront. So I don't know if they support gzip or not. Unless you mean like if I should be gzipping it on my end. I don't know how to do that yet. I just assumed that CloudFront would do it if it was of benefit to end users. And I guess I never really thought about to look into it. Makes me want to look into it later. I will give you a point for that. Because I want to look into that. Why don't they? They might not gzip it simply because they cache it on their endpoint. And they figure it's easier to just serve from a cache. Well, what am I saying? They might figure that the compression ratio is not good enough to gzip it, right? If you go from 1.3 to 0.9, it is a trade-off between bandwidth and CPU time needed. Then maybe they think bandwidth is cheap. They can just use more. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. Yeah, there's this compatibility stuff I'm gonna want, isn't there? This is for the backwards compatibility stuff. So let's just always return 0 there. Is that the right thing to return? That would be the right thing to return if I'm going to be forming the atlas keys. Always with the dash. So yeah, I can do that if I do this. -0, right? So it's always frame 0 for legacy tiles. And for non-legacy tiles, we'll compute it only if the tile set is a number, so we can then look it up. And yeah, so this tile is a number. We need to look that up in the tile set. Right, so if yeah, if all of this stuff is true, right? If tileset tiles, and it has frames and it has more than one frame, then do junk. Otherwise, it's going to be return 0 again. Right. Right, so then we're going to we need to get the period, so I guess that's a reduce? I forget how reduce works. I hardly ever use it. Dev docs, please. Preference. Okay, we already are on dark. Reduce. Okay, yeah, you're given the previous value and then the next value, and then you're supposed to return what back into the accumulator, right? Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I want. So I want to say period equals tile dot. Hold on, this tile is not the right variable, is it? It's if we look it up, so it's going to be tileset tiles that. Actually, I can make this a little bit simpler, right? If not tileset tiles, return not riles tiles, return 0, right? Early returns. Then const tile. Well, I can just reassign tile, right? Tile equals a tileset tiles tile, and then I can say if not tile frames or tile frames length is 0, return 0. And then this is just, then we accumulate the period. So tile.frames.reduce frame. So total and then frame is we have to reduce it to total plus frame dot time. What programming language do you recommend for beginners? I'd recommend Python. Do I have this link? Yes. I have some advice and words of encouragement here in my notebook. So, really depends on your situation, though. Are you looking for a job, or is it just for a hobby? Do you enjoy making games, apps, robots, etc.? Python is, I think, very easy to learn. It's also used in machine learning, so if you wanted to get into that, it's very useful for jobs. I just think it's an all-around good first language. JavaScript with no frameworks is relatively simple, and once you learn the syntax, it applies to a lot of other languages. Also, there's lots of jobs in JavaScript. Yeah, I would recommend no frameworks at first. Just get familiar with the core language, then pick up a framework, and Vue is recommended all around as being somewhat easier, or maybe React. I like React. Yeah, and then if you wanted to get into games, C# or Java is great because Unity or mobile apps for Android all use those languages, right? So yeah, there's a bunch more. You can read more about it. There's some book recommendations if you want to know more about JavaScript. There's You Don't Know JS. There's JavaScript, The Good Parts. If you really want to get into C++, I'd highly recommend Scott Meyer's books, Effective Modern C++. I don't know really of any good books these days on Python or C# or Java, though, unfortunately. Most of the time, these days, I've been reading online tutorials and not so much books. When I was more of a book reader, it was back when I was doing C++, and I really like Scott Meyer's books. Oh yeah, JavaScript's going to be around a while, unless no, VB scripts will never die either. But if WebAssembly really kicks in, you might see other languages supplant JavaScript just because, well, JavaScript would become what it all boils down to, right? Or not. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not exactly sure how WebAssembly works. But what I've heard, WebAssembly lets you do stuff in the browser with other languages other than JavaScript. So that could kill JavaScript eventually, right? Could. Don't know. Okay, so if we know the period, then we can take the period, we can take the time and mod it by the period, and then basically figure out what frame we're in. So if we say phase is time mod period, right? And then hopefully it's not 0. I guess we should have a check for that. If period is 0, then return 0 as a safety net. So given that, we want to find what frame we're in. So that will be, we'll have to do a reduce again, right? With the side effect that we'll figure out what phase or what frame we're in. So we'll do it this way. Actually, I'd rather do it this way. Tile.frames.for each frame I. And we'll have, I'll just reduce phase until it becomes negative, basically. So it's done? Yeah, phase minus equals frame time. If phase less than 0, return, well, I can't return. I have to make somewhere to put this. Active frame. Active frame equals I. Return active frame. Gosh, I hope this works. So then, this is what I want set sprite texture to do. I want this one to actually call that here. And it needs to know the time, it should use the time. Tile is correct. That is TS. Sprite is as is. And let's wrap this to make it easier to read. All right, let's see if that did anything. TS is not defined because is that safe to just assume? Let me look. Safe to assume there and not there. Okay, so I need to be careful. I just do the same convention that I call it TS and then we figure out what it is. So that means this is just TS. And then here it's TS is tileset. More consistent. Okay, 504. What's going on there? Didn't I hit save on that? Okay, 509. Oh, we need the tile sets. Shoot. Okay. Stage it is, included now. Stage. Stage. Actually, I have it out of order. Let's move it. Be more consistent with set sprite texture, so it's after tile. Actually, it's named, right? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Put it anywhere I want. But yeah, for consistency, I'll do that. Okay, everything is water. But it's drawing the NPCs correctly, at least. Oh, it's again... Okay, it's because this one actually has frames, right? And these are null. Okay. It's that it had an empty frames list, right? So... Oh, we expect it to return the key, don't we? Yeah, so this has to actually construct it like this. Tile dash that. Right? Yeah, there we go. Nope, that didn't work. Hmm. Don't know. It could be that I'm not building the atlas correctly. Let me look through and see how we construct the atlas. So that's right here, right? Debugger. See what the atlas looks like. Oh, I had it closed. I guess I'll have to rewind. Okay, let's look at atlas. Atlas. Frames. And that looks correct, right? That's the water, and then there's the second phase of the water. And then these only have one phase, and the X and Y's are correct. Okay, and then the next atlas. I think these are the NPCs. Don't remember which one that is. I mean, these all look correct. Still not drawing anything but water. Water is 0, so it's like, it's defaulting to 0 somewhere. Hmm. Set sprite texture. I mean, I guess I could debugger this. This is going to be a lot, though. We'll have to keep going until we hit the one I care about, like a non-water tile. Oh, right away. This is a non-water tile. This is a 2. So what does it do? Wait a minute. Why am I ORing with 1? Oh, if it's 0, make it a 1? Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's all 1 based. Yes, that makes sense. So it's actually the second. No, it is the third one. No, it's the second one. So it's grass. So there's a grass tile it's drawing first. So it gets the tile set entry. It's undefined. Okay, that's not good. Really, I should put a breakpoint there. And What was Adam's trick for disabling a built-in breakpoint? He told me yesterday. What was it? Did I not write it down? I forgot to write it down. He told me yesterday what it was. I think, was it? I think it was that, but if I wanted to pause there and not there, what would I do? I'm not sure how to do that. I guess we'll just move that debugger to there. And try again. And it's never hitting there. That's not good. And there, now it did. Weird. Okay. Oh, is it when it initially loads in the tile? It hasn't loaded the tile set yet? But when it loads, it should then re-render it. Yeah, okay, this is gonna interfere. So it hasn't yet loaded the tile, so it did load the tile sets. It probably just hasn't loaded the tile set graphics yet. Yeah, so if I move off screen and move back, it'll draw it correctly. Okay. I mean, it's not animating the water yet. That's another problem. It should be animating the water, and it's not. Figure that out in a minute. Yeah, so how... It needs to at least get to one of these things on initial load, right? And it's not. Why not? It must be calling set texture somewhere else, and I just forgot about that. Oh, there it is. Aha, okay. Okay, that's what it is. I have to basically call this again. Here. Instead of doing all this stuff. Yeah, right here. Tile set. Tile. And we have the stage and we have the sprite, and that's all I need. I think that's it. Bugs, 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 yes. It's just a constant string of failures. Oh, that's pretty. So that loaded from the wrong tile set, didn't it? It loaded from the avatar tile set. That is weird. Okay, let's see that. So it's an ID. Oh, that needs to be TS, doesn't it? Yeah. So it's not. It's going to be undefined, and so it'll. Yeah. Okay. TS tile set. My bad. See, and yet another bug. Bugs on top of bugs. Yay! There we go. Okay, now to figure out why the water doesn't animate like it should. So that probably is in the computation of this period, right? So let's just put a debugger there. Let's see what's going on. So it should only be for water tiles, really. It's never getting there. Huh. Okay, maybe that's one problem. I'm never using tileset key. Do I need to use tileset key? Oh, no, that's only used with the phaser, so I don't need that. That's not it. Oh, it should be tileset entry dot tiles, shouldn't it? Yes. Let me make sure about this. Let's debugger that. Yes, because tileset is a number. Yeah, okay. Cool. That's what it was. Software always begins with bugs, nothing works, features implemented. I mean, that's the test-driven development perspective also, right? That you at the beginning, everything is a bug. The bug is that it doesn't exist, right? Oh, hold on. I gotta respond to a text. Hold on a second. I need to go for about a minute. Sorry. Had to relay a message. All right. Reload. Cannot read property frames of null. Because tile is null. Yes. So it has to be a check for tile, because it could be null. If not tile, or no frames, or empty frame list. Oh, did I forget to take that out? Yeah, what was I saying about TDD? Everything's a bug at the beginning, and then it's kind of like sculpting, right? You start with a block of stone, and you know your sculpture's in there, and it's just a matter of removing what's not supposed to be there. Oh, yeah. Can't be const. It has to be a let. Phase is really the wrong name for that variable anyway. Okay, still not animating, but I think we're getting somewhere. Let's put this back in and see what's going on. It should only hit that for water tiles, right? Yeah, so there are 2 frames. It's interesting. This one doesn't have an S flag. This one, wait, why is it S? That's the problem. It's S and T instead of scroll and time. Oh, because the middleware captures this, right? Okay, that's what it is. I can't use time. I gotta use T. And in here as well. Well, but you can think that you're adding bug fixes. I don't know. Okay, maybe the analogy's not that great. Okay, it's still not animating. Why not? Why you no animate for me? Will it compute the period correctly? Why is it object 500? Oh. Do I need to give reduce an initial value? Oh, it takes a function. Wait a minute. It's fed 4 parameters. Accumulator, current value, current index. Yeah, what's the initial? Or initial value if supplied. So what if it's not supplied? The first element will be used. So I do want an initial value, otherwise, yeah, it's gonna put, okay, yeah, all right, I'm just using it wrong. So I need to give it two things. The function and the initial 0. Hey, it's 1,000. Okay. Oh, Chelmega, you know I'm not the best with words. I'm not the best with analogies either. I'm pretty poor. It just felt like that, right? Oh, that's interesting. The geography totally changed. What? This is not water. What is that? Interesting. It flipped everything, didn't it? Grass is water and water is grass. Huh. That's a fun one. Am I right? Are these all up here grass? Yep. Okay. I have tile active frame. It's keeping water in. Yeah. Kind of guessing what to look at here. 1, and what is tile? 1. Oh, is this off by 1? It's doing 1, 1 instead of 0, 1? I think that's what it is. Yes, so to fix that, I can fix it in the atlas instead. That'd be easier. Right? So it would be I plus 1. Either way, doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Let's do that trick. Don't pause on exceptions. Go. Oh, wait a minute. It was the other one, right? Deactivate breakpoints. There we go. Oh, now we're off by 1 completely. For the ones that don't have frames. I see. Yeah, okay. Almost there. It's this one I don't want to add 1, right? Well, okay, we need to be consistent. Let's remove the add 1 here. So it's that we're not subtracting 1 somewhere else. This one is subtracted, and this one is also subtracted, so what's going on? as for the tileset key. That's the only place I do it, and then that already has... It's 0 based. Hmm. Zero based. I'm missing something important here. What is it? Is it that it's hitting this? That was weird. Okay, that one I don't need. Although I'd be curious to see what this is set to. So that was 2. So it's a grass tile. Wait a minute. Grass tile... this is not right. No, it is... Yeah, that's not right. Wait a minute. No, it's a water tile. No, it's subtracted from what I keep. It's because I'm adjusting it so much. It's 2, so it's not. It's a grass tile, not a water tile. Then we subtract 1, and then for some reason it's going into here and going to index 0 for some reason. What's tile? I don't know what the tile was. Oh, it subtracted 1 again. Subtracting 1 twice. That's what it is. My bad. Yeah, the type of number, that's for backwards compatibility where before I had tile sets, the tile set was like a string, and that code should go away. I shouldn't be hitting that debugger. The problem is I subtracted 1 there, and then I entered active frame, and that also subtracted 1. So it's like the fact that some of the tiles are 1 base and some of them are 0 base, it's just a mess. Really, I should make them, it should only be 1 based at the boundary coming in. So where would I do that? I guess that means active frame should take a 0 based tile. And let me just make sure I can do that. I can't because this is also pulling it out of stage tiles. Well, I can just cheat and add 1 here. Totally cheat. I'm cheating. Yeah. The only reason I'm making it 1 base is because I reserve 0 for a unknown tile. It's like a placeholder. Okay, now it's not drawing the water at all correctly. It might be it might just always be in the wrong phase. What if I added a phase to water? Add. It didn't work. Let's remove that. Is it just not redrawing it? It just doesn't have water correct at all now. Weird. Oh, does that submit it? It doesn't. No, no, it did. It just didn't know to reload it. Hmm. That's a separate problem, that it doesn't know to refresh it. So, just to make sure that that's unique, let's offset that. Like that. Update. Refresh. Yeah, so it's just permanently in the second phase and not showing the first one. So what if I add this one mid-phase there? What does that look like? Oh, it's always stuck in the last phase. Okay, getting somewhere. So it's probably in this math that I'm doing right here. So you get the period, time mod period. Is that time in milliseconds? Maybe that's the problem. It should be. Would it be better if I console logged it here? Probably. Let's just debugger it. Please don't do maths. You're still recovering from that math stream. I'm sorry, Ultramark. But math is good for you once in a while. It's like taking your medicine. Okay, period is 1500, right? What is the time? So the phase is... Oh, that didn't work. Oh, no, it did work. So this will be the last phase, right? Yes. And then here, what's the time? Is the time not just never changing? What's go? What's the go hotkey? F8, okay. It's because we're stuck here loading all of them, right? Thanks for the follow. What is the time set to? 41:38. And what is the last time? 41:20. I mean, so it should advance. So what if I just say deactivate breakpoints, go, and then break again, and then activate, and then go again. What's the time now? Okay, so what's the phase then? Okay, so now we should get a different number, right? Now why is it 2? It should be subtracting 500 each time. It should have gone negative right away. Oh, I didn't do a break. It was just, okay, dumb logic bug. How do you break out of a for each? I don't know if you can. Well, let's just not do a for each. Let's say for let I 0, I is less than tile frames length plus I, right? Then break. Actually, I can do better than this. I can just remove that variable and just return I. Because it'll be in one of these phases, right? Guaranteed. Let's say, well, it should never be possible, but if we get out here, let's just do 0. All right, remove that, try again. Frame is not defined. 533. Right, so that's tile frames I dot t. Oh, there we go. So let's remove that. Interesting that it doesn't update when I do that. Because it should be telling the server that the tile set changed. Should be a tile set update, and so it should have. Oh, it won't rebuild the. It's not going to rebuild the what the atlas, is it? Yeah, I don't have the code to properly rebuild the atlas yet. I don't think you can do a break from a for each. Yeah. Okay, so we're getting there. I want to get the alive updating working, so it will come back as tile set update. Reflect tile set updated. Where does that go? Here. Does remove tile set, add tile set. Add tile set does a load. I mean, it's supposed to rebuild the new atlas every time that happens. But I don't think it's working. It'll make a new tile set key because it uses a different version. Oh, it's not going back and updating all the sprites though, is it? Is that the problem? Let's see if that's the problem. I'm missing a semicolon there too. I'm gonna guess that the problem is it's getting here, it's just never running through and updating all the sprites again. So to test this, I will go and add a new frame. Boom. Actually, it didn't get there, did it? Oh, it's only if the asset changes. Okay. That makes sense. So we need to do it all the time now because other things can change in it. Okay, so let's let me make sure it's actually called. I liked Ultima 4 and 5. So 7 and 8 were a completely different engine, right? It was 2.5D or 3D with a fixed camera. So this top-down tiles was more like the original Ultimas from 1 all the way to 5, and then 6 they is a different up. Yeah, actually I think 6 was true 2.5D, and 7 and 8 were like a 3D engine with a fixed camera, something like that. All right, so let's see if I hit this breakpoint. If I remove that. Okay, I get to that point. Okay, so I just don't think that this is going to update any of the sprites. It's going to load the new tile set. Oh, wait a minute. No, there's an onload done. It'll do it, right? So I just need to move that. I just need to remove this if. Just do that, right? Yeah. That means every little change to the tile set is going to cause all the sprites to be reloaded, which I guess is necessary. Not like I'm going to do this that often. So let's change the coordinate of that to here. Update. See that glitch? Because it unloaded the tile set and then loaded the new one. There we go. So I can add and make it swampy half the time. There we go. 2.5D. What it is, it's a trick. They don't use 3D coordinates. They use slanted tiles. So sometimes it's hard to tell if it's 2.5D or 3D, right? Like 3D, there actually are 3D models, X, Y, and Z coordinates, right? Z coordinates. 2.5D, you can cheat and you can be just X and Y, like not 3D models, but actual tiles that are drawn slanted. And you can even do like really elaborate tricks by having part of the engine, it's using 2D tiles, but then also another part, like for the shadows, could use 3D meshes that aren't that don't have texture, but it's just used to generate shadows. So yeah, there's like all sorts of tricks you can do. Okay, let me actually make some useful stuff, not this. I think I'm going to update the NPCs because I have the artwork for all of the for all of these guys to have at least 2 frames. So, but let me check in my code first. How am I doing on time? I got another 50 minutes. I got enough time. All right. Yes, so this was a fix typo in input size somewhere. And this is animate tiles using texture atlas is built from tile sets. Okay. Now let's pull on the art. So art time, pull in a sprite here. And I'm going to pull up the oh, why am I here? Oh, I was looking at this earlier. Okay, so I'm going to here, player, assets, NPCs. And now I need to also open up the original tile set I pulled this from. That's in this really old project. Client, assets, textures, tiles. And it's in here somewhere. Right, so here's like the first frame, and then the second frame is off to the right here. Okay, so I need to resize this. Canvas size, right? Change this to 64. And center on the top, right? And then we're going to pull in the orc first. So this guy. Over to here. I gotta fix it up. I gotta align it and do the border and all that stuff. So magic. What's the magic wand hotkey? W. I want to exclude. What's the key combination for that? Is it? I can't remember. It's like shift. Is it shift right click? No. Oh, I don't remember. Ultima 9 was a disappointment, that's what that was. How do I, is it shift? Add to selection, so, okay, it's alt shift. Alt shift. And I need to use the M. There we go. So delete. Oh, deleted too much of him. I can get him back by doing magic wand tool again, right? And do expand selection. Select expand one, select modify border one, and then draw black. Doop doop. And I gotta fix up some stuff here. His knife got messed up. All right. And his foot got messed up. All right. What else? This. Oops. Oh, I can use the eraser for that, right? Okay. So I can get this perfect later, but let's just do one guy at a time. He just moves a little bit. Let's properly erase this so it's close enough. And then I think I need to shift him over a little bit, right? Like 1 pixel over. Actually, can I do that with one of these tools? The move tool? Yeah. No, that moves. It's like one of these. Alt, Shift. No, it's all connected. So I got to do the marquee tool again. And then move. Oops. There we go. I think that's lined up. Okay, there's a little bit of inconsistency there. That's close enough. So let's just save. Let's just do one of these guys. I won't do them all because I don't think I have time right now. Export goes up. Actually, no, that is the correct level. It remembered. Yes, overwrite it. Okay. So it should pop up here. Right. So, and then we'll give him an extra tile. That's the first tile, and the second tile will be this one. Now we gotta find him in the game. Where'd he go? Did that get messed up? Did Bob's avatar get messed up? I actually don't know if I have an NPC with that tile. I have a feeling the NPCs all escaped. No, they had an Ultima 9. It was, yeah, it was sort of a disappointment. I have a feeling Bob's icon got messed up. Tileset 48, tile 4. Yeah, it's messed up for some reason. Probably because these aren't defined. There we go. Fill them in. Clink, clink. One, two more. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to manually take this guy and change his tile to 1. And I guess I have to say it's changed. Update. Oh, well, it's not animating. I tried. Oh, because I didn't hit update. Oh, what happened? Did he flip back? No. That's weird. Huh. Let me reload and see what it's just a front end glitch. Oh yeah, it was just a front end glitch. Now he's animating. See him? Now he's mad. Okay, his head is bulging a little bit. I gotta fix that. Figure out what went wrong just now. It was picking tile 2 instead of 1 for some reason. Also, I think we're missing some NPCs. I think they escaped. Let's jump around and see if I can find them. No. Don't know where they escaped to. Oh, they might have gone onto this island. A couple of them are there. Let's delete these guys. Go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There should be only up to 10. Okay, maybe there are 10. I'm just not counting right. Okay. feed also Bob to the golem. Okay, maybe let's do one of these other guys. Let's have Bob animate. So we'll find Bob's second frame here. I'm looking. Oh, it's up. That's frame 1 up there. There's frame 2, right? Actually, does he move at all between those two frames? I don't know. He might be one of the only guys that's static. Yeah, I don't think he moves at all. Okay, let's pick someone else. How about the wizard? His staff glows into the second frame. That might be interesting to see. So, oh, but that's in a different tile set. I need to stick to the NPCs. The slime bubbles. How about we pick that? Second slime tile. Yeah, okay. We'll pick the second slime tile. This guy. Grab him. And place it down here. I don't have to get it exactly perfect, because I can customize the texture coordinates to match. That should be good enough, right? And then magic wand that away. And then do expand 1, border 1. Whoops, wrong key. Put the black border around him again. Fix up. And we're done. So save. Export. Yes, overwrite. And here is the slimy guy. Update. Yep, now he's bubbling. So I just have to do that for all the rest of the tiles. Did I create them? Yeah, years ago. My brother and I drew a bunch of these tiles. Because I've always wanted to make a game like this, and it was like years and years ago where I did the first iteration of the game concept. Just never got very far in it. This is as far as I've ever gotten on it. And I have the streaming discipline to thank for that, I think. So I'm finally making use of some of these tiles that my brother and I drew years ago. Well, the tiger looks fierce in the second frame. Maybe I should pull that in. Look at that guy. He's got his teeth bared. Pull him out. Where's the tiger? Here's the tiger. Wand away the border for a second. Actually, can I just... That's close enough, right? Pull this stuff in, expand. And border 1, draw border. Oh, his teeth got chewed up. I think they're like that, right? Like that. Vicious tiger. I can flood fill this area. Well, actually that did work. Actually, I think I got the alignment pretty good there. Save. Export. Yes. Tiger. Add some frames. Pick that and that. Update. And where'd the tiger go? I know there was one, wasn't there? Where'd he go? Is he hiding in the secret island? Nope. I thought there was a tiger. Oh, maybe he stepped on that and got killed. Hmm. Well, we'll make this guy into a tiger. Because we can. True. ID 10. Now you are a tiger. Only he's not animating. What did I do wrong? Is it? Oh, now he is. Interesting. I had to remove the sprite and add it again. Oh, because the sprite is recorded that it's a certain ID and it doesn't change. So that's a bug. I need to write that down. So bug. If you if a sprite has been added and you change the tile ID on it, the what are we calling this thing? The front end doesn't update the sprite. Well, it did, but it didn't animate. So what would have caused that? Actually, I don't know. The front end updates the sprite, but it doesn't animate properly. I'll have to think about why that's happening. Anyway, he's now chomping his teeth, he's moving his feet. It might be hard for you guys to see it unless I zoom in. There. See that? Scroll. Oh, I can't scroll if I'm zoomed in that far? So he's animating all right. He doesn't look friendly anymore. All right. I think I've had enough fun with animating for the day. What is that? Is that a tiger? I can barely see that. Tiger 2. Ah, nice. Okay, so you can see the general thing. Like I could change the period here and I can make them animate quickly. Let me have some fun with this. So I can reduce these frame times down and add a whole bunch of these. Just like randomly change him. Oh. Update. One, two, three, four, five, six. It's actually not animating as fast as I thought he would. Oh, he jumped over here. Huh. It's not updating as fast as I thought it would. Why would that be? Let me refresh. I wonder if some stuff is cached? No, it's still doing it. He's not updating as rapidly as I thought he would. Because that should be 100 milliseconds, right? So within 600 milliseconds, it should do a full period, but it's taking much longer than that. What would cause that? The time? Maybe it's not updating rapidly enough. Well, let me see the phaser update. Let's just print out the time. Console.log time, stage time. No, it's actually quite rapid. Oh, wait a minute. Are those milliseconds? They are, right? I wonder if it's like you just can't change the textures that rapidly. Huh. I feel like there's some kind of bug though. What if I make them absurdly short? Okay, what if I make it longer? Those do look like second intervals now. 250? Huh. What if I make these rapid and then make these longer? Actually, let's alternate. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the math I'm doing. It's weird. Math is my problem, I think. I don't know. Space Station 13 vibes? Good medicine? You're not updating frequently enough. Let me hard code this right now. If I just ignore the frame times and I take... Okay. What if I just take the time mod 100? Mod the number of frames. Well, let me think about this. Let's say return time. No, what was it? It was time. Mod. Okay, I do need the, well. Yeah, let's have it just blink over a course of half a second. And then math is hard. So it would be what, that times tile frames length divided by 500, I think. I don't know where my dude is. Is it one of these guys? Oh, there he is. Yep. See, if there are 10 frames, I want to get a number between 0 and 10, right? So this will be a number from 0 to 499. If I multiply by 10, it'd be between 0 and 4990, and then divided by 500 would be a number between 0 and 9, right? That should cycle through within half a second, if I did that right. Let's calculate this. Okay, let's see what I get there. Did it break? No. Oh, interesting. It's just pausing randomly. Is it that it just can't keep up? There was a way to see this, right? My CPU is higher. What's it doing when it's pausing there? Pause, please. I want to look at this without it flashing back. I guess I'm not using Sprite. Am I dropping a lot of console messages? Is that what's happening? Because that happens every tick, right? Oh, now I feel dumb. I had it restricted by every half second to do this calculation. Shoot, I forgot to remove that code. Now I feel dumb again. Okay, I don't need this anymore. This goes. Actually, all of this goes. We just do that. Now it's going to be a real mess, so let's remove the console log. I bet that's going to fix it. We'll just comment it out. There we go. That fixed it. And I bet the log is going nuts. Well, it's just showing that. Okay. Better. Feeling better about it now. Let's fix that guy. So if I did him to all 100, he's going to blink really fast. There you go. That's what I wanted to do. It just took me a while to figure that out. How are images cache breaked if it's not hashed? Well, there's just one image, right? And what we're just doing is changing the texture coordinates that the renderer is using when it's drawing it in WebGL. So it's just picking different small rectangular areas out of the same texture. Every time we tell it to change, then it's going to use different coordinates. So now we have a special NPC who is blinking very rapidly. Let's remove these old frames. Now it's just the tiger is biting very fast. Change that back, and then we're back to normal tiger. Okay, cool. Console.log. While I'm at it, let's remove... Yeah, this was just a hack, right? Didn't actually need that. And I didn't need sprite either from active frame. We don't need sprite. Oh, I have stage twice. I didn't know you could do that. All right. Mean in the browser level. Well, in the browser level, I think the browser just says that this window is drawn by the WebGL renderer. So the only thing the CPU is actively doing is running my JavaScript every whatever period that was, every 50 milliseconds to update the variables that the WebGL renderer is using to paint the screen. And a lot of that's just in the GPU. So the only thing the CPU is really changing are those numbers. These numbers go in as I suppose they're either uniforms or they're in the vertex buffer, or yeah, in the vertex buffer for the shader, that whatever shader the WebGL renderer uses to draw that stuff. Assuming it's WebGL, right? If it's Canvas, then yeah, it's doing a lot of copying, pasting from an image into the screen on the CPU. But yeah, the performance wasn't that bad, right? How do I get that again? F12, and then performance monitor. There we go. And let's make sure it's being drawn. So we were, before we did this animation stuff, it was at, you know, 7 to 8%, right? So we went up 1%. Now what happens if I make that animate ridiculously fast? Let's make it 50 instead of 500. So now we can see that tiger really, he's on a sugar rush or something. CPU went up maybe 1%. Let's do a more extreme thing. Let me make the water animate very quickly. Between water and dirt. There we go. Can you guys even see that? It might be flashing too fast. I should say epilepsy warning. It didn't really affect the CPU anymore. Weird glitches when we unload and reload the tile set. Yikes. I hope I didn't give anyone a seizure there. Okay, so you see NPC's ping downloaded from disk on refresh if you deploy new... Oh, the one that you're seeing in the local host, the browser, the Node.js knows that I changed the file, and so it'll reload the entire app. When we load the tile set, it loads that ping. So only when we call this load tile set and we call this load atlas or load sprite sheet, that's where it's actually loading the asset. Once it's loaded, though, it's served from that in memory. And in the real game, which for some reason I always have to refresh it to show that. In the real game, because these are cached, whenever I update it, I increment this number so that it's served from a different URL from CloudFront. If I just changed the file, yeah, it would be cached and you wouldn't see the update on your side. Rally monkey, you're funny. So yeah, it is cached. In the real game, I would change the file name every time I changed the image so that it would, your client would see that it has to fetch a new file. And I don't have to do that on my local end because the Node.js server refreshes every time I change the file locally. All right, done with that experiment. Yeah, the unload load is a glitch. I think it's because the tile set's not available, so it switches to the avatars, which is the default tile set. Very, very briefly. We're missing some tiles. Forgot I had a statue and a wall-mounted sign. Items. Yes. Cool. All right. And I should be able to safely add these as long as I pick the correct tile, right? And then these get grandfathered in. Nice. Okay. Cool. And I can play around with this, right? Nice. Oh, I never slowed down the tiger. He's still chomping really fast. 500 milliseconds for you. All right. Oh, there is one thing I forgot to do. I was going to give tiles unique IDs because right now I can't, if I were to remove a tile, it would shift everything else up and it would mess everything up. I don't know if I have time to do it. I don't know if I can do that in 20 minutes though. Maybe I'll do that later. This is all bold. I don't know why. Unbold, please. Yeah, but I added everything else. Did I check everything in though? Nope. Right, I updated the NPCs and I removed that unneeded variable. That's fixing the off by one bug in the key name. Okay, so there are various fixes here. Let's split them up. So let me undo that one. Let's... Okay, those two are tied together. Oh, no, they're not. This is just removing sprite. Okay, so that goes with that. I'm just going to check it all in together. And we're going to say... that this is using... Okay, this is the fix is that okay, remove old code that was breaking tile animations. Effectively limiting it to it could only change every half second. Is that the only thing that was in there? Yeah, okay. And then this is add some other frames. So update NPC tiles to include more frames. Cool. What do I work on now? I guess I could do the work to pull in the extra artwork. I could do that in 20 minutes, right? As long as you guys don't mind seeing art. Or what, you know, Raimu art, which is an approximation of art. This guy, like, holds his sword off to the side and says, I'm gonna get you. Grab him and put him where he should go. Actually, what I'd like to do is not have that... can I modify the... Can I contract the border by 1? Ooh, that actually might work. And delete that, and then I can just erase... Whoops. I can just erase these carefully. That actually worked a lot better. Yes, Bob Ross. There are no mistakes, only happy accidents? Is that what it is? Okay, some touch up here. Is it lined up? I can't really tell. Oh, he's elevated by a pixel. Let's move him. Down 1. Is he shifted to the right? It's hard to tell. If I was a good artist, I would just have 2 frames, line them up, and then alternate frames, and then when I'm done, move the whole layer down. Right? Can I do that now? I need to learn how to do this anyway. I would do a new frame, right? And then or would it be do a different layer? I need to do another layer, don't I? Duplicate. Actually, do you do another layer or do you do another frame of the same layer? I'm going to want to move one around from the other, so maybe I do want them to be different layers. No, hold on. What am I thinking of? I don't need this layer. Delete. If I change something here, like that, And then go back to, yeah, so it only affects one frame. Okay. So undo. So the right way to do this would be to delete these two guys, right? And then in layer 2. Whoops. And then move these guys up. In layer 2. And then go back and forth. There's a hotkey to move between frames, right? Right and left, okay. No, what is it? Home and end? Why does it say right and left? But the arrow keys actually move things. Oh, it's when you don't have anything selected. Okay. And then there was a way to show a frame preview, right? Or is it play animation? Too fast. Stop. Let's enter. There was a way to do a... Was it here? Oh, there we go. And then I can change the timing, right? Oh, that's a cool tool. How do I adjust the timing? Oh, here we go. 500, please. So I can like do that, and then we can remove this from the first frame. Now they look animated, and then I can did I mean to flatten his head, or maybe it was all I intended to have it like this from the beginning, and then this pixel shouldn't be there. I don't think he meant to be stretched up like one pixel like that. I think this meant to be crunched down one. And then something happened here with this. Oh, I didn't move that row. That's what happened. There we go. Okay, see ya, Jalmega. Don't forget to beat the devil out of it. Okay, there's a stray pixel there. I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, I think. Did I mean to have him to have no mouth in frame 1 there? Or is that a screw up? No, he didn't have a mouth before. I don't know, maybe he should though. Like that. Yeah, I like that. Cool. And let's shift over to the tiger. And frame 2 tiger is down here. Let's grab him. So delete him from frame 2 and take him and move him. And shift that over. Frame 1 should have him not exist down here. See then what I'll do is I'll just take frame 2 and shift everything down. when I'm done. The fine art of pixel. Yes. Okay, let's pull in some more guys. Oh, I forgot about this one. Frame 1, delete there. Frame 2, delete that. And I'm just not used to the hotkeys, so I keep having to glance down. There we go. And who's next? Maybe that ogre guy? There he is. He looks really mad in frame 2 here. Copy. So we're in frame 2, right? Okay. Paste. There we go. He's a little bit too tall. Oh, I see what I said. I just decided to truncate his weapon here. Oops, wrong tool. All right, and then that needs to be there, and then we'll take that. Oops. I would do this marquee at first, and then magic wand in there. No, that doesn't work. Nope. There we go. And then invert. No. I guess I can just do expand this one. But I need to erase outside of it. Shoot. I'll just erase manually this time. Erase. Let's do a rough pass and then a more fine pass in a moment. What if I should change my stream title when I'm doing art? Change it to pixel art, or add the pixel art tag. I think I flattened the feet, right? And then erase this. This needs to go like that. Just clipping here and there. Let's not flatten his head. This should be like that. Or, okay, I'm missing one down here. Yes, that one. And this frame is missing one there. And he's getting into that guy's frame, so let's erase there. Oh, it's actually pretty accurate. You're right. Yeah, okay. So just go with that. Okay, so animating this guy. Down to 5 minutes. I'm not going to get it all done, but that's okay. You guys don't need to see all of them done. Be a bit tedious, wouldn't it? It's probably already a bit tedious. So frame 2, I can delete the old one and paste the new one. Get it lined. Ah, got it in the first try there. Magic wand away the boundaries. And then add back in the boundary with the select, modify, expand 1, border 1. Draw the border. Fill in the little differences. His back legs don't move at all. I probably drew this one. I claim all the poorly drawn ones, and I'll say that the ones that are a little bit better, probably my brother drew those. I'll take credit for all the poorly made ones, and he can have credit for all the good ones. That's okay. It's fine with me. Delete the old, paste the new, and get to line up. There we go. Magic wand. Oh wait, these. Da, da, da. Yep. Okay. Select. Oh wait a minute. I'm missing a boot. There we go. Modify. Expand 1. Select. Modify. Border 1. Actually, something weird going on here. Let's remove that. Whoops. Remove. Not letting me remove. There we go. There we go. Better. Looks like I'm going to have to shift. I'm going to flatten those bags, it looks like. And his feet along with it. Yep. Erase this line here. Looks like I ended up moving the bags, scrunching them a little bit. Yep. Looking better. Vector SVG would work also fine as vector instead of raster in your game. I guess so. Whatever phaser supports for the image format. Because it would just rasterize it, right? It would just take the SVG and rasterize it. So it would still work. Ooh, that got messed up. Why did I do that? I don't know. That looked like a bug. And he's missing a pixel right there. And then this frame needs a bunch of fix up. Yep, almost done. This guy just looks really wacky. Shoulder, and then remove some of the dots. Actually, almost done, I think. Okay, that is a mistake. That should be that. He's only moving his right arm. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it there. Let's save and export that again. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not done. I have to take frame 2 and move everything. So move everything down and then merge the 2 frames, right? Okay, and then we're gonna stop this how do we stop? Okay. And then flatten the 2. How do I flatten layers? Merge? Flatten? No. How does this work? Frame. I can't merge frames together? Hmm. I don't know how to do this. Maybe it can't be done. You would think that you'd be able to combine these two frames together. I guess I can look it up really quick. Combine frames. Why do you want to merge the frames? Because they need to go back into the game like this, where it's all one texture and we're picking from different areas of the same texture. So I want to basically each row would be a different frame. So that's why I drew them separately and I drew them on top of each other so I can see the animation, and then I dragged frame 2 down, and I want to merge those two together into one image essentially. I hope that makes sense. Just copy and paste. Yeah, I guess that's another way to do it. I thought there would be a quick and easy tool to do that. Maybe there isn't, though. Yeah, okay, I'll just do that. There's probably a faster trick, though. I'll ask one of the pixel artists I watch on Twitch later today. So I would just take that and paste it there, right? Make sure I got it right. Did I get that right? Yeah. And then delete this one. I guess it didn't take too long. Save, export. Yes. So that goes back into the game here. Yeah, so some of them are not animated. I guess I can set it up. I can set up the tiles already. So let's just set these two tiles up. That's that one, and that is that one. Update. Oh, another thing I wanted to do, I wanted to have this preview actually showed animated as well. Thanks for the follow. Add, select that. That should be that one, and this one should be that one. Update. This one, add, update, add and add, update. A little bit tedious, but I only have to do this once ever, right? Then I just update the graphic, and then it'll pick up the updated graphic. Add, select that, update. He's already done. Add. One more. Okay, let's go through them all. It would be nice to be able to have these scroll independently, but hey, we'll figure that out later. Okay, cool. So all these guys that can animate will animate now, I hope. Although, I have a feeling some of my NPCs escaped. Okay, that guy's animating. That's nice. I'd have to do the graphics later. I feel like some of my NPCs have escaped my zone and have gone somewhere. Not here. Oh, Fred's still stuck here. I forgot about that. He was my experiment for a while. Actually, they might add up to 10, so they all might be accounted for. Anyway, I think that's going to be it for today. So I just need to clean up some loose ends on this and then figure out what I'm going to do next. I have no idea what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, but hopefully you'll join me. I will post on my Discord later tonight or tomorrow. And in my notebook, what I decide to do. You weren't following? That's fine. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, I try to stream every day during the week, 10 a.m. to around this time, 2 p.m. Pacific. And I have the Discord if you want to chat off stream or if you have any suggestions or questions. And I will hope to see you again tomorrow. Let me go see who we can raid. See ya, playing with Skizzers. Let's see who we got. Who we got streaming right now? Oh, you too, Tammuz. Or how do you say your name? Tammuz? Sorry if I'm not saying it right. How about Honest Dan? I'm just waiting for an ad to finish to see if he's wrapping up. Then I have to go pick someone else. It's perfect time to stream before sleep in Europe. Yeah, it lines up pretty well with a lot of people. A lot of people have to go around now, and so that's great. Sup, Eldario? I'm actually at the end of my stream. I'm gonna raid someone. I think I'm gonna raid Honest Dan, but I'm not sure because I'm gonna have to wait for this ad to end to see what he's up to. Wow, this ad is long. Okay, he's still working. He's not ending, so we're gonna raid Honest Dan. He's working in Unreal Engine, and I'm not sure exactly what he's doing, but it says casual post-work learning, game dev, Unreal Engine 4. So we're gonna raid Honest Dan. I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Have an awesome rest of your day, and all that. See you tomorrow. Brave browser, no more ads from Creator JavaScript. Okay, see ya Toulouse, see ya Ultramark, and everybody else. I'm out. See you tomorrow. Bye.